The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held via interactive conference technology moderated by me, William Isla Jr. Today's date is Monday, December 20th, and the time is 9:36 a.m. Pursuant to Governor's proclamation related to the COVID-19 emergency, Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 92, regarding public agency meetings and records is currently suspended through December 30th, 2021, to the extent necessary to enable boards to conduct business without holding meetings open to the public and to allow state agencies the ability to effectively and efficiently provide emergency relief and engage in emergency management functions. At this time, we are able to live stream the open portions of this meeting via the DHHL website. Leah, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Awoy will be joining us later. Commissioner Helm will be joining us shortly. Commissioner Ka'apu.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu.
Here.
Commissioner Namu is excused. Commissioner Neves.
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya.
Aye.
Chair Isla.
Aye.
We have 6 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. I am going to request the commission amend agenda item D2 to include a consent to mortgage for Maxine Honda. The loan is going to close at the end of the month and it was missed earlier. So, and with that, I also would like a motion in addition to amending the D2 item that we hold it at around 11 a.m. As a request from Commissioner Awo, who wanted to be present for some of the discussion on agenda item D2. So we'll remove it from the consent agenda, add Maxine Honda as consent to mortgage, and then have the discussion at 11 a.m. Can I please have that motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, no one opposed. So we needed 6 members to approve the change, the addition to the amendment to the agenda, excuse me. So we have that. The commission, surprisingly, no one signed up for public testimony this morning. And then the commission will recess around noon for lunch and to convene an executive session for approximately 30 minutes. Do you have a motion to approve the amended agenda?
So moved.
Second, somebody?
Second, Russell.
You just moved on the motion.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, Russell second.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
I have
Aye.
Aye. You have a
Correction to
question,
the
Patty?
agenda.
Yes, Patty?
Correction to the agenda.
Yes?
On page 18 out of 25,
Oh, you're talking about the minutes?
I mean the minutes, I'm sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry, Kalamai.
Okay, so let's finish the vote on the agenda. All
Oh,
those in favor
sorry.
say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. Now we'll go to
Okay.
the minutes.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead, Patty.
Oh, okay, real minor manini, but on page 18 out of 25, paragraph 3, I'm just asking a follow-up on what I expressed on the department's position, working with Garcia, if you could follow up on the status of the next step of the Kealana's contested case hearing. Where are we with that? So I'm just requesting a follow-up on that part. When he can do that, that would be great.
Okay, one just whispered in my ear that we're coming forward next month. Okay,
Okay, and then on page 24 to 25th, paragraph 1, 2, 3, paragraph 4, discussion. Is this another follow-up on Commissioner Kaupu on the PIG group on the date that we could work together to put the dates together? I noticed that we're not going to start in December. So that's another discussion follow-up that I'd like to see on this meeting this week.
okay, Patty, we'll work. David's limitations right now is us having staff with, end of the year vacation requests and things like that. So we'll
Yeah.
work with Commissioner Kapu.
Yeah, and and just to note, it is difficult December even for me. I had to juggle things around, David. For the PIG to meet. I mean, December is such a rough year for all of us. People take vacations, it's holidays, so I'm willing to move my schedule around, whatever you choose, maybe January to make it work, and then meet together. So thank you for that, Mr. Vice
you.
Chair. Thank you.
Okay, mahalo. Any other amendments to? Okay, is that Mike? Do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention on the page 17, I was excused, on the second day.
Page 17. Okay, Mike was excused. Got it.
Thank you.
Other commissioners? Okay, if not, can I have a motion to approve the amended minutes for November 15th and 16th,
So moved.
2021? Okay.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, can I
Yes.
just say something? Because I know if to one of your staff, Cedric, is he on duty right now?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's always on the back of the scene, but I just wanted to make mention, we don't see him, but I know he does a lot, with the Zoom and everything, but I just wanted to express our condolences to him and his family right now as his loss of his brother, Thomas. And so just wanted to share that with Cedric, and aloha you for right now. Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. Okay, so we just discovered that we had an email. Yeah. So we do have one public testimony. Can we get Auntie Home in and then,
Caller and Leah's gonna send it.
all right. Okay, while we wait for that, hold on one second, stand by.
Leah's gonna be forwarding you the link in just a moment. You should have it.
No,
They're
no.
gonna prepare.
So D2 is removed, yes. It's removed. We added vaccine.
Okay, I got that.
And we're gonna consider. She should be in any second. And Auntie Home wants to testify on agenda item F1. Okay, as soon as we get her into the. Sure. Okay, well. Yeah, well, I'll call up agenda item C1 as we wait for the connection to occur. Paula, thank you for responding.
Aloha and good morning, commissioners. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas. Paula Isla, Contact and Awards Division, Acting Administrator, requesting a motion to award resident lot leases for 99 years for 6 beneficiaries.
So these are real roads?
No.
What are those?
Well, it's a combination.
Okay. Can you just, okay.
Yep, I'm sorry, Chairman, there's 4 in Kaʻulokahaʻi in Kapolei, and 1 re-award pre-owned in Kalama'ula, and another pre-owned in Anahola.
Okay. Thank you, Paula. I just wanted the commissioners to understand that we're moving the reawards as quickly as we can. So may I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Questions for Paula? No? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very
Mahalo.
much, Paula Ayla.
Thank you, Paul.
Ooh, Merry Christmas to those folks.
Thank you. Okay, not yet. Go to the next one.
Let's try consent.
Um, The rest of the consent agenda minus D2. Welcome, Juan.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good to be with you again this morning. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, we have first of all, is there a desire to remove anything other than D2 from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion to consider staff recommendation to adopt?
So moved.
Moved and
Second.
Second,
seconded. Thank you. Discussion? Any items, Commissioners? No? All right. All those in favor, say aye.
aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Juan.
Wait, we have a testimony first. Yeah, we have a testimony first. Okay. Andrew, are you prepared for Gina?
Oh, I think she wants to talk about G1 too,
Oh, okay. Hold on.
right? Consent? Yes. Okay, hold on. Are you like 5 minutes?
Yes. Sorry, folks. 5-minute recess. back from recess and we're into public testimony and we have Auntie Home testifying on F1 and G1 is my understanding. Merry Christmas, Auntie Home. Go ahead.
Aloha, Merry Christmas. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
Hi,
I'm
aloha.
I'm so sorry. I did submit my request late. Yes. Well, it was within the 24 hours, so I appreciate you taking the time to listen. So I'm Homilani Shadell, testifying as a Kapolei Ewa Region Homestead Leader and Beneficiary, and I'm testifying first on F1. Under discussion, I offer the following for your consideration. Under number 1, I believe a correction to the calculation needs to be made. It shows $5 square feet annum times 8.0. And according to my calculation, that comes out to $40. So I believe, I mean, I would love to have that rate, but even I think that it's exorbitant. So I think that the calculation was meant to be 0.08, which would be 40 cents. On number 2, I believe that anyone who uses our lands should ensure that the department and our trust is protected. So I'm asking that you replace the existing verbiage to will provide liability insurance of not less than $1 million, naming DHHL as additional insured. Under number 3, replace existing verbiage to, upon completion of the project, MHA will install concrete road barriers to prevent any access to the site, restore the area to a condition as good as or better than what existed prior to its use, and ensure all construction material and debris used on the site are removed and disposed of at a proper refuge site. The reason I'm saying this is because so often the department has had to use trust funds to clean areas that has been used by someone else. And I think that this is important to include.
Yes.
I've added number 4 under discussion to delete the last 2 sentences under use of state lands on page 3 and add a number 4. Prior to any construction, MHA will submit to DHHL a report from a State of Hawaii registered botanist certifying no evidence or existence of ko'oloa'ula plants are on the site. Under objectives, I'm respectfully requesting reference to the 2010 Kapolei Regional Plan be deleted from the submittal. In the plan, the entire parcel is designated to be preserved and developed as a part to service homestead community. The submittal request and project is not serving the homestead community. It is serving non-beneficiaries. As a note, the site is on the Makai side of Keahumoa Parkway, which borders Kualaka'i. Ku'ulu'okahai. The association worked for over a year with DHHL, city council members, area legislatures, anyone who would help them remove the abandoned vehicles, including 2 commercial flatbed trailers on Maveke Street. On-street parking for current residents are exacerbated because there's multiple family members, and they have vehicles, along with parking only on one side of the street, which is ignored by some residents, posing safety issues and neighbor conflicts. So as construction on homes on Vehelani and Kumuhonua streets near completion and families move in, parking problems will definitely rise. So I struggled with the purpose of this land disposition because I envision how our beneficiaries are going to feel when they see our lands being used to accommodate non-beneficiary parking needs, when their own needs are not addressed or cannot be resolved due to the design of the streets in their homestead. So while I support the short-term investment of our lands because of the income it generates for our trust, I do so with reservation. With that, I'll continue on unless there's any questions.
No.
No? Okay. Then
Hang on,
I'll,
Auntie Jome,
Yeah.
can you email your testimony to us?
okay, I wrote down, but the next one I didn't write. So I'm just gonna wing it.
Oh, there is a question from David. Sorry.
Okay.
Aloha, Auntie Homie. Thank you
Aloha.
for your presentation. I had the same concerns, and of course, it's always good to hear from people on the ground because we don't, being off island, we are not familiar with the areas. I didn't even know who this company was because it didn't show it didn't describe what their connection was, if anything, to Hawaiian Homes. So thank you for the clarification that they are unrelated to any of our beneficiaries or beneficiary uses. But so I had a couple questions only because you were picking numbers and I see numbers 1 and 2, but I didn't see number 3, or was that something that you had created?
No, number 3 is in the submittal.
Maybe I'm just not seeing it. I'm
I
sorry.
don't have it either.
I see a number 2,
Yeah.
which is
so-
declare that the
under
potential
discussion,
effect. But
so number 2 says we'll provide liability insurance, da 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 da. And then, and 3, upon completion of the project. It's
There-
pretty much the last 2 lines under discussion.
They're not numbers there. That's why, David, if you look under discussion, there's a number
Oh.
of sentences that start off with MHA,
yes.
and then there's 3 sentences. So that's what she's referring to.
Oh, I see. In the second paragraph.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. But regarding the use of state lands, while I agree that this and Hawaii administrative rules does include parking lots, I agree with you that this may not be particularly related to, I don't know that it applies to Hawaiian Homes specifically. And so I guess that was my question for the department on Auntie Home's comments about the use of state lands. I mean, it says 1, fertilizing, it seems to address a lot of things more with maintenance of the property. And I'm not sure that parking lots, although it is stuck in there under B, because it says other routine maintenance of the following agency maintained lands and facilities. The list that follows seems to be something that should be attached to Hawaiian Homes as opposed to being utilized for third parties. That's what I don't get, Chair.
Okay. So Dave, if I could ask you to hold that question, because when we get to the agenda item, there's be a short presentation. I'll just remind all commission members that this is a temporary disposition.
Mhm.
It's not a long-term, it's temporary, it's scheduled for 3 months. It's not a long-term disposition. And remind you that the company that's doing this is a low income rental. I believe it's a rental unit, and they actually do good work. And I believe they're going to have some information from us or for us in which we've asked them to get information regarding beneficiaries served. So outside of the homelands and beneficiaries served. So
Okay,
you could hold-
that's fine. I can hold my further questions, but thank you, Auntie Homie.
Yes, and I'd like to point out that MHA is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to build low-cost affordable housing. For me, I have to balance that, and as for the needs of our trusts and our department, but I still believe that we need to put things in place that will not only protect our trust, but the funding of our trust. So these are the points that I'm making.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you, Auntie Homie. I agree, but I just want to keep in perspective, this is a very short-term disposition, so. Patty and then Russell.
Thank you. Thank you, Auntie Homie, for the information that you brought forward. I really respect that. But I'm not going to get into it because I know this presentation, Mr. Chair, we will be hearing it. I did have a lot of questions to this, but I appreciate what you're bringing towards. I drove over there this weekend to see the property, I kind of drove by Ho'opili, and I just be honest, there's a lot of mess there. But I always like, if I'm on Oahu and if it is an Oahu project, I always try to see and look the ingress and outgress. But I know we'll have further discussion. I appreciate everything you bring out, and I understand that. I know Mutual Housing is located right behind of Cox Center, and they are affordable rental housing, and they are right now currently do have a lot of Native Hawaiians that are renting in there that cannot get into homes.
Yes, they do.
And I know several there are on the waiting list to get in. They do have a purpose. And so I'm just going to save comments and concerns when we do have the presentation. I don't want to hold it up. But I just wanted to thank you for your time to express these things. Your comments are always so brightening, and it makes a lot of sense for us to listen and to grab that information and to balance out the information. So thank you, Auntie Homie, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Russell?
Hi, Auntie. I wanted to ask a quick question. Your testimony said something about installation of bollards on the parcel.
Yes.
I'm looking at the picture that's in the submittal. So where would you, what's the why for that? And then where would the bollards be in your thinking?
Well, I had hoped that there would be more information on the project, not knowing, and perhaps I didn't go through the whole agenda, not knowing that there would be a presentation so that there would be discussion as to how the development of this parking lot would take place. So all I had was that picture. But in any event, there are going to need to put in access because there's curb along the parkway. And so what I'm asking for is whatever access that will be made for these cars to enter and exit, and however people can get on site to our property, that after the project is completed, that proper steps are taken, and I'm thinking of the concrete barriers to deter any kind of access onto our property, because I can guarantee you, if there's any access to that property after this completion is done, people will use that site. I mean, they use Mabeke Street. Yeah. Commercial companies brought, rigs. They had 2 rigs for months and months on Mabeke Street. And the association there had a hard time trying to get help to remove that. And only when construction started on the site did, those cars and abandoned cars. So if that occurs on Mabeke Street, I can only imagine what would occur on that parcel. I hope that answers your question.
It does. The schematic I'm looking at shows vehicle access coming off of the intersection, not off of the main roadway. So there's an intersection, so you're talking about when they POW, just block off that access way so that people are using.
And I think Commissioner Taria can substantiate that Kehumoa Parkway, it shows the intersection, but there is no intersection on the Makai side. It's just a curb. So I am expecting that they're going to create a road, break through the concrete curb, make a road so that they can have entrance into that parking site. Would you agree, Commissioner Turia?
Yeah, I kind of was looking at how they were going to maneuver the ingress and the outgress of that parcel.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Okay, Antihome, G1.
Okay, so for G1, many of you know that I've supported the Interjex project along with other renewable energy projects, primarily PV installation on our DHHL lands in Kailua. And I've done so because I feel that over time, these lands are not suitable currently for residential, pastoral, or agriculture, as I mentioned in previous testimonies. So I believe that, your predecessors understood that the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act was a hands-up project and not a handout project. And so I believe that your predecessors were looking at ways to develop income for the trust. And so the funding that I believe will come from these projects, whether they're on Oahu or any of the other islands, does support the trust's mission. The land, as I said, is not suitable for residential now, but it may be in the future. But there's a Kailua airport to contend with. And I have to say that for those who don't reside in our homesteads, especially Maluhai and Kaupea, you cannot imagine the noise that we deal with from air traffic. And it's not, especially the jets. They basically come right down on our homestead. And so when I think of the noise pollution, air pollution, and all of that, that is why I feel so strongly that the land cannot stay idle. That's, for me, is a definite. And if we can utilize the land to increase our income revenue stream to the department, while we figure out how we can either exchange these lands or wait for other developers, like maybe Hunt, to incur the costs of bringing infrastructure, then that's something to be considered for the future. So with that, I would just say that I hope that the department, that the commission will approve the FONSI and allow Interjex to move forward. And in closing, before I come to you, I try to do a lot of my research. And one of the things that I appreciate, especially since this is about the third or fourth company, but that has come before the department to lease these lands for the same purpose. What I appreciate about Interjex is their partnership and connection to Indigenous people. And I realize that they're a Canadian company, but I think it's because of their relationship and partnership with these Indigenous peoples in their own country that they have been very respectful to our culture. And not many companies understand that. And I recognize that a lot of people would prefer that these lands be given to our people, but I believe your predecessors thought about the future. And so I will close with that. And again, I will close with, I thank all of you for your time. I heard you, Commissioner Taruya, about how busy the month of December is for all of us and with our families and getting ready for Christmas and that. So mahalo to all of you Mahalo to our DHHL staff for all the work that you do on behalf of our beneficiaries, those who are waiting especially. So I hope you all have a happy and safe holiday season. Mahalo.
Aloha.
Okay, thank you, Auntie Homie. Patty?
Yeah, again, thank you, Auntie Homie. So we both have different thoughts on solar projects in our community.
We
So I'm
do.
not gonna get into that because you know, December is a respectful month, but that's another kuleana. But I appreciate your share. My only thing with the staff is that this item, you know, the Barbers Point Solar Project is on this, and so you know, I just received the EA, and I went through the EA book. I just received it this week. And so it is, you know, everybody know environmental assessment books are very thick. I didn't get chance to complete it through the weekend. And so I was just kind of also surprised that it was on the agenda for an action item. And I just received the EA to read. I mean, I received both EAs to read and a lot of things to read this weekend. So, you know, it was very difficult to go through, and everybody knows an EA to go through that entire book is like going through a Bible twice. You know, you want to make sure you read through it. So that's just my comment on that item of G4 when it comes up. But again, thank you, Auntie Homie, for sharing your mana'o on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think what I appreciate about our relationship, Commissioner Turia, is that we can respect each other to agree when we don't.
Yeah.
As I said, you know, I believe the lands in Kalaitoa is appropriate for the PV project.
Yeah.
I do know, and I see the signs when I go to Nanakuli, that there are beneficiaries who are opposed to the PV project, and I believe the area is by the Nanakuli Ranch, and I respect that. I respect that because even though I am from the West Side, our family has lived in Nanakuli for over 70 years. My kuleana for now is here in Kapolei.
Yeah.
The kuleana for Nanakuli. And so it's those voices that need to be heard because the land that's in Nanakuli Ranch is very different from the land in Kalailo. So that is what I hope that people will consider in actually taking the time to go look at the land and understand what could be its best use to support our trust. So mahalo.
Yeah, absolutely. Mahalo. And, you know, just to that comment, you know, as Native Hawaiians and beneficiaries, we truly respect that. And we need to respect that you, Maluhia, Kaupea, Kanahili, you folks have your ideas of what you want in your area, you know, and so Nanakuli Waianae has a different ambiance. And so, you know, we need to listen to our beneficiaries that are adjacent to where they live and what they want to share and what they want for their area, you know, as they work through the Kapolei regional plan and everything, you know. I wouldn't want to go against something that that community or that homestead we want. So as Hawaiians, we respect each other, we share a mana'o and we move on. You know, we may not agree at times, but we still love and we move on with each other. So aloha, Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
All right, mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ready, Kahana? We'll come up to agenda item F1 and include the presenters. Bring them in. Thanks, Kahana.
Aloha and good morning, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. Item number F1 is LMD is seeking the approval to issuance of a temporary 3-month right of entry permit to Mutual Housing of Hawaii, located in Kapolei. Tax map key is listed there. With us this morning, we have David Nakamura, who is the CEO of Mutual Housing, and he'd like to do a short presentation. I think the presentation was given to you guys on the, not yet? Okay. Oh, we'll share it on the video. And I think Leah giving him access. He's up. David,
Oh, hi,
Yeah.
Connor. Is there a way I can share my screen or? Okay. I'm still not able to share my screen, Connor.
he gonna run him. Yeah. Stand by.
Okay.
Yes. David, while we're waiting, I guess you can introduce yourself.
That sounds good. Aloha, Commission members. My name is Dave Nakamura, and I'm Executive Director with the Mutual Housing Association of Hawaii. We want to thank the Commission and the DHHL staff for considering our request for our Ko'oloula project. We are grateful for many years of collaboration and serving the East Kapolei community with you, and we look forward to many more years to come. Mutual Housing is a local nonprofit that owns, manages, and develops affordable rental housing targeting families earning less than 60% of median income. We provide shelter to over 980 families in our 5 properties on Oahu and Kauai.
David, sorry, the PowerPoint is available if you want to share it too.
Okay, got it. Can you guys see my screen now?
No.
Not yet.
No. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little technologically challenged at times. So as I mentioned, we are a local nonprofit that targets and develops housing for low-income families. Our properties target families earning less than 60% of median incomes. And in addition to providing the shelter component, we also look at our communities from a very holistic perspective, and we provide supportive social services such as after-school tutoring, financial literacy, budgeting, food distributions, healthcare services, and a variety of other enrichment programs for our families and children. I think, as you might have gotten some information on us now, the reason we're before you today is we're here to discuss our request assistance with our Ko'oloula project, which is a 308-unit project in the East Kapolei 2 subdivision. It's a 308-unit project for families earning 30, 50, and 60% of HUD median incomes. It was built in 2 phases in 2013 and 2017 on land leased from the state of Hawaii, from HHFDC. And so of note, of the families we serve, 66% of our residents self-identify as Native Hawaiian. I believe in Kahana's package, he has some maps and information, but on this map here, I can just show you with my cursor. Ko'oloula is this parcel located here. We're right across from the Honouliuli Middle School that's just opened up. And to the left, you see the Kroc Center. In question is this lot next to it's called Park 3. Our project is over 8 years old, and our parking lots are in need of repair, seal coating, and restriping. Unfortunately, there's no street parking available in the area and no options for us to safely and temporarily park our tenants as we seal coat the parking lot. We are requesting temporary use of Park 3 for 3 months, which is, as I showed you before. And here it's located to the east of Ko'oloula, and we would look to mow about 60,000 square feet of the front portion of the lot in order that we could approximately park 160 stalls in 4 phases over the 3-month lease, the 3-month permit period. We'll take great care to not disturb the land. And our project is named after what was once thought to be the extinct Ko'oloula plant. So we will hire botanists to come out to make sure that there are no Ko'oloula located on the parcel. And if any are found, we would not disturb them in part of our mowing or any activities. We will secure any insurance required by DHHL and any permits from the city. And when we are done, we will, the lot will be cleaned and returned to its existing state. I'm happy to answer any questions the commission members may have or the staff of DHHL.
Can we get to this? Can we take the PowerPoint down?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, so now I can see commissioners if they have their hands up. Commissioners, any questions? Patty?
Unmute. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. I'm so familiar with your mutual housing association complex there. I know a lot of Native Hawaiians that are in there on the HUD program. A lot of them come from Nanakuli and Waianae that because we're really short of affordable housing. Okay, let's put it. And so I know a lot of families that are there that are qualified under the HUD program. And I drove there, a couple of times to visit the complex. And it is, I will say that it is a really clean complex. Thank you for allowing kupunas to have grief dogs. Some of them have dogs that they can live there. And it is a townhouse complex, comfortable with yard and park. And I walked through there because I know a lot of clients that live there that we deliver food bank. They receive food bank from us. So especially some of the kupunas that are there. So I go out there a lot. And I know this is temporary, and I'm just sharing my mana'o. This is temporary because you are gonna fix the parking lot, which has been deterioration for several years that need what you call new conditioning. And so, I read through the what you call submittal, and Auntie Homie did express a lot of concerns that I'd like to have that input into that. So you folks will be in charge of grubbing that property?
We will hire a landscape contractor to mow the lot.
Okay, so while they're grubbing, they're gonna have the black screens up so the dust protection, water, and everything that won't disturb the adjacent area.
Yes, we'll do whatever mitigation measures are necessary.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna kick up any dust because by mowing, we'll preserve the ground cover on the site. And I think that helps kind of reduce any mud and dust in the process.
Okay. And then when you're done, I know Auntie Homie brought up having cement pillars to close it up, because after you're done, we sure don't want to have anybody to abuse that property, and then the department will have to, pick up further expense. So I like the idea when you put it back to how it was, or even make it better. Yeah?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, and that's so important. When you use that Aina, you bring it back and you can make it a little better. Thank you for looking at checking to see if we have any ko'oula plants. We wouldn't want that, or any Native Hawaiian plants that are there to be destroyed. That would upset a lot of beneficiaries. And the other one is there any abandoned vehicles right now located on there?
Oh, on the park lot?
Yeah.
No, there's not on your property.
Okay. And the other comment that I wanted to make, at your facility, I know there's a long waiting list there to get into your property to live there. So hopefully, that can move forward, because I know a lot of people are waiting to get into that property, and it is reasonable to live there. They're fortunate. It's a beautiful property adjacent to the hills of Kapolei, and it's so close to a lot of stores. So, thank you, Mutual Housing, for putting something up like that for our community and residents. So that's kind of like mine. It's temporary 3 months. You're working with the department with all of that, and that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Patty. David?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, David, for your presentation. I had a couple of questions, and Commissioner Torrio may have asked that, but I didn't hear a response on the liability insurance. I think that's very important, at least for the department, to make sure that while people are utilizing our property, that we're named in the event that there's any type of liability from people using it. And so I'm gonna, when it comes to a vote, I'm gonna ask that we add that as a condition to this, but is that something that you're willing to support?
Yes, most definitely. And we've already researched with our insurance broker to make sure that we could honor that request as it needs to be. So we do have the general liability insurance in place, and we would add you folks as additional insurance.
Okay, thank you. And then in looking at the photograph, I can see that your residents would enter, and I don't know what street that is, but on the right-hand side of that picture. And I know, what's the condition of the property now? Is it grass or is it brush? I can't tell from looking at this.
It's predominantly grass, but there is some brush in the area. So as we mow, we'd have to determine if there's some imperfections that we have to work around. But for the most part, it's a very flat lot. And I know that maybe 8 to 10 years ago, when we built Kolo'ula Phase 1, it was used as a temporary staging site for the contractor, the general contractor that built the project.
Okay, and then it looks like there's going to be about 166 spaces there. In the event that there are oil or gas leaks or anything like that, what type of remediation measures would you have in place to deal with that? Because you're dealing with, I'm guessing you will be dealing with maybe older cars that aren't as well maintained as others. And I don't know, I'm just guessing, but I want to make sure that once you're done, and you're only parking it on grass, so it's a very permeable surface, right? And so if there are oil leaks or fuel leaks, that's going to go into our soil. And so I'm just wondering if there's a remediation plan for that, or some way to make sure that we will get it back in a clean condition.
We haven't gone in that level of detail at this point in time, but you bring up very good points. And so we do use a environmental consultant called EMET, and I can certainly bring them in at this point, along with our botanist, to assess a way that we can assess the site prior to construction, or not construction, mowing, and then subsequently leave to make sure, as Member Torrio said, that we leave the site in as good a condition or better than when we took it over.
Okay, and thank you. And then my last question is, are these stalls going to be striped, or is it going to be kind of just park where you can type of a deal?
We're still trying to figure out. What we think we'll do is have some fencing, just like temporary orange fencing to kind of demarcate the area. But we think we're going to have some sort of like cones or something, because people, might pop kapakai, and then we're only going to end up with 100 stalls versus 166. So we're still trying to figure out how we do that on a temporary basis with either posts, cones, or some sort of demarcation.
Okay, and I think that would be important for us, because then the use of it is kind of going to be orderly, even if you striped it with chalk or some sort of non-toxic paint that so people would know where to park. I think it's a lot easier to kind of monitor, and then especially, I don't know if people are going to be assigned spots or they just park where they want. But thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Dennis, and then back to Patty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just David, just a couple questions. What about access control? Are you gonna have some kind of access control? You gonna have cards in the windows or something that says they're authorized to park there?
Our residents have, I guess what you call like parking cards that they put
Okay.
on their, we call rearview mirror. And so
Okay.
we will be checking that happens. On weekends and on evenings, we anticipate hiring someone to be patrolling and monitoring the parking lot, just for safety purposes and just so, keep it keep it in an orderly fashion.
Okay, so you're not providing security during the week?
During the week, we have staff on board, so we'll have them periodically check on the site. Either we have what we call community outreach representatives, which would kind of patrol both the property and in the parking lot.
Yeah, and also signage, you can have proper signage in case there are derelict vehicles for towing and so on and so forth.
Yes, we can do that. We can have our tow company do that.
Yeah, I think that's very, very important. The access is important, controlling the access, because once you get one derelict car in there, you'll have a dozen by the end of the week. So that's really my biggest concern is that's where you're going to get your environmental issues. And then it's going to turn into a pick apart. Everybody go to the parking lot, knows the cars are there and so on and so forth. So I'm concerned about the the environmental hazards, the control. Obviously, this looks good on paper, but if you do find any endangered plants and stuff, we may have to come back with something else that works around that. As far as putting in stalls on grass, I don't know how you're going to be able to do that. You may be able to spray it with some kind of a environmentally safe paint, which would probably have to be freshened up and on a regular basis. But I'm in support of what you're trying to do. I'm just concerned about how we control it. And then my biggest concern is when you're done is providing some kind of Jersey barrier to control the area where we had access, because that's going to turn into a big environmental mess once people find out, oh, we could park there. Yeah, sure, go ahead. And then you'll end up with a bunch more problems. So the insurance is important. I'm sure the department has a standard insurance policy, and I hope that we install that as well. Thank you. Appreciate it, David.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dennis. Patty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real last quick one. David, I wanted to ask you, what about the handicap stalls? Do we have handicap stalls that are going to be available for our handicap? Because I know you have handicap stalls right now. So handicap stalls, I want you to look at and consider that. Cones wouldn't work. Delineators would work. They're stronger. They're durable. You can see it tall. You might work with safety systems or GP roadway to help you with that management plan within the parking lot. What about guest parking? Because right now you have so much guest parking there. Are you going to separate your residents with guest parking? That's another consideration that you may want to look at. And the last one is from the parking lot area to the facility. Do we have a sidewalk there that people can park and cross?
Yeah, there's a sidewalk on Keahamoa Parkway where they can walk from the property over. There actually was built in the city required us to have stairwells from our property into the park lot because it's supposed to be eventually a park. We'll have to assess if that's safe to walk or not. But likely they'll be walking on the sidewalk, which is the safest approach to take. In regards to questions about handicap parking, because we're going to do this in 4 phases, we're going to set aside a couple stalls, I think, in each phase for the handicap stalls, because I think it's not practical to ask either Kapuna or some of our disabled to go that long distance to the site. So we'll figure out some provisions there. And I hadn't thought about the guest parking, so it's a good point. We'll have to look at how we provision for that.
It is really important, especially the handicap parking. You are required under the state where they have decals, they're handicap disabled. So we need to make sure we accommodate that and then make it safe. So I'm glad that you're not putting them on that property because it's going to be difficult for handicap kupunas to travel from that property ingress into the existing facility to get there. So I think by working by phases, that would work to have handicap parking and then you know, everybody in Hawaii has handicap parking anyway, but that's something to consider. Delineators would work, signage. What about, last question, do you have any field lights that you're gonna use on that parking lot in the evening?
Yes, I forgot to bring that up. So we're gonna still trying to figure that out. To have, I guess, with generators, some
Yeah.
light field lights in the evening because it's gonna be dark. And a lot of our residents work 2-3 jobs. So a lot of them are coming home really late at night or even
Yeah.
early in the morning, and we have to kind of provision for that. It's sort of 24/7 active.
Yeah, because it's really dark there, and then you can work with GP to get that anti-crime lighting field lights that they already have available that they use to help mitigate anti-crime lighting and stuff like that. But that's just some suggestions. But thank you very much, David. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, thank you, Patty. Dennis, did you have your hand back up again?
No, thank you, Chair. Patty actually brought up some items that I wanted to discuss, but I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, David Nakamura. I just want the commission members to understand, under condition 1A, standard conditions, that includes the insurance that we have for everyone. So just because it wasn't spelled out, it was definitely covered. The return of the property to as good or better. I mean, that's part of the standard conditions. There won't be grubbing. They're gonna cut the grass and cut any brush. So there won't be any grubbing and the need for the dust screens and things like that. David Nakamura, there was a suggestion by Atihome of having a state certified botanist to do the investigation of pre-site. Are you guys okay with that? And are you?
Yes, in fact, we're working with Rick Gunter right now, who did our assessment when we built Kolo Ula. And so he's state certified and happy to assist us on this project.
Okay, and you could start with the Division of Forestry at DLNR. I'm sure they have their own botanists, but they could also recommend others. Okay, so can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation for F1?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, further presentation or discussion, Kana? No? Okay, questions?
My motion, excuse me, my motion is to support with all those recommendations discussed on item F1.
Yeah, I believe.
I'd like to have that, all the recommendations inserted into that discussion.
Into the motion? Yes.
Thank you.
And David, you, Nakamura, you've agreed to those additions, correct?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
David?
Yeah, that
question.
was my question as to whether or not the items such as the lighting and the security and the cleaning up of any environmental spills or hazards created by the use of the parking lot would be added as a condition to this submittal. And if it is, then I have no problem supporting the motion. Thank you.
Kahana has indicated and David Nakamura has indicated that they have no problem putting it as additional conditions.
Thank you very much.
All right. With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, David. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, David.
Aloha, mahalo.
So next up is agenda item G1. Morning, Andrew.
Morning.
Yeah.
There's no PowerPoint for this one. Hello, Commissioners. Andrew Choi, Acting Planning Program Manager. Item G1, that the Hawaiian Homes Commission issue a finding of no significant impact declaration based on the final environmental assessment for the Barbers Point Solar Project, East Kalaeloa, Ewa District, Oahu. TMKs 191013038 191013040 and 191016027.
Okay, Commissioners, can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Will continue?
Commissioners, in July 2019, the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorized the chairman to issue a right of entry permit to Energex Renewables USA LLC to conduct due diligence activities to assess the potential of developing a solar project in Kalaeloa on the island of Oahu. The completion of the draft environmental assessment and final environmental assessment reports are part of the due diligence activities that the company has been undertaking over the last 2 years. The draft environmental assessment and its report was presented to the Hawaiian Homes Commission on September 21st, 2021. The draft environmental assessment was published in the environmental notice periodical on October 8th, 2021. A statutory 30-day public review and comment period occurred from October 8th to November 8th, 2021. A public information meeting was held October 20th by Energex. The meeting was held via the WebEx platform due to COVID-19 restrictions. In total, comments were received from a total of 26 commenting parties during the draft environmental assessment period. In accordance with HAR 11200.1-20, comments received on the draft environmental assessment were considered and incorporated into the final environmental assessment as appropriate. And copies of the comments received and responses provided are included in Appendix L of the final environmental assessment, as well as a summary of comments received on pages 12 through 22 of this submittal. With me today, I have Julia Mancinelli of Energex and their consultants.
You want them to present anything? No. Okay, so they're present for questions. Commissioners, are there questions? While you're thinking real briefly, I just want to thank Andrew and Kahana, because in the middle of this process, Alan Llanos retired, so both staffs had to pick that up. David?
Thank you, Chair. For the participants, I guess it's Julia and Leslie and Mara. In the comments, there was a number of comments about Leina Akauhane. Can you tell us what that is? Only because I'm not familiar with that and how that was addressed.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mara Mulrooney. I'm an archaeologist with Pacific Legacy. We completed the archaeological inventory survey as well as the cultural impact assessment. Both of those reports have been revised to address those comments about the Ka'uhane Leina Akauhane. And what that is the leaping place of souls here on Oahu. One of the challenges in identifying this location is that it really extends all the way from Moanalua to Kaina Point. And so it really encapsulates the entire region, and it's sort of difficult to pinpoint on a map. Now, we have talked with staff at the State Historic Preservation Division. We asked them if they were able to provide any additional information in terms of defining the location of this cultural feature, and unfortunately they were unable to assist with that. So we have included information about this, and in terms of physical impacts, we weren't able to identify any specific physical impacts to the site. This is also, or the traditional cultural place. This is also something that Alan Downer, who's the administrator at SHPD, supports it being nominated as a TCP, or traditional cultural property, but to date, that nomination has not been made.
Thank you. So there's no evidence of any traditional cultural usage of this particular property as that Lena o Kauhane?
So not specifically, no specific information was shared by the participants in the cultural impact assessment for this project. This is something that has been mentioned again, but in terms of specific impacts within the project area, none were identified.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, David, unlike the one on the Wailua side of Kaena Point, which is a huge coral outcropping, right? I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, Lena Kauhane. That one is pretty easy to see, and there's agreement from many families and background that is the Lena Kauhane, but there are references to other sites, just that no concrete evidence such as the one at Kaena Point exists.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah.
Okay, Patty.
Yeah. Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, like I said, I had the EA book picked up this week, so I was trying to go through it as much as I could. But so Andrew, so reading some of the comments of the concerns of the residents, it says how many DHHL residents would benefit? Can you answer that?
On page 11 lists the different benefits to beneficiaries. You want me to go through that?
Yeah, if you have time.
Sure. So there's going to be dedicated funding for the Kapolei Heritage Center, which is run by the Kapolei Community Development Corporation.
Is that a benefit package that we're talking about on that item that you just mentioned?
Yes. So on page 11,
I got it.
addition, yeah. So there's going to be.
So can I just jump back? So they're going to receive a benefit package to KHC then? That's a benefit package they're going to receive.
Can you repeat the question? I didn't quite
So
hear it.
the community benefit package goes to who? And Kapolei Community, who is that? Heritage Center, correct?
The Kapolei Development, the Kapolei Community Development Corporation runs the Kapolei Heritage Center. So the Interjects team will also work with the board and to provide in-kind services to implement this financial support for the expansion of plans for the center. There's going to be support for solar training programs.
I don't understand, Andrew. My question is, the community benefit package goes to who?
I don't believe that there's a specific community benefits package in this case, and the department does not negotiate community benefits package on behalf of any of our homestead organizations or anything. So these are the lists that you see are things that Interjects has agreed to work with the Kapolei community towards. So I hope that answers your question. There's no direct community benefits package.
No, so the other solar project in Kailailoa, there was a direct community benefit package. Correct?
There was I don't recall. I mean, I believe it's sort of in the same way.
So there was a benefit package to KCDC on the past solar project that was developed in Kailailoa.
And it's something that KCDC may have negotiated on the side, and we just codified it in the disposition, the same way that the agreement with Kamakana Ali'i is with KCDC here, and the one-time donation to Kanahili Park.
Correct. So I understand that. I guess my concern is when you have projects like this that coming into that area, is that some benefit goes to the homesteads adjacent to that area. You have Maluhia, you have Kaupea, you have several associations that should benefit. And so that's just, I'm not saying that the department negotiates that. I don't know if you guys do, or if it's consistent if you don't. But my only comment is that some benefit packages can go to the existing homesteaders that are into the Kapolei region. I see the listing in number 11. I see the Ke'ave going to Waianae Gold to generate food. I see the proposed solar project, CNHA, that they're going to propose with that. I saw all the benefits, but I just wanted to make comment that if future solar projects that come into that area that they can consider to, and I'm not asking the department to negotiate, but for the record, is that consider the beneficiaries that live in the adjacent area homestead associations. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. And certainly we encourage the homestead associations to talk to any proposer of any project. So,
And just to clarify, Commissioner Teruya, thank you for your comment about projects benefiting the local area. The Kapolei Heritage Center does provide programs and services to the homestead areas that you just specified.
Yeah. No, I know that. They do a very good job too. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Andrew.
okay. And the other benefit to folks on the wait list is the revenue would be used for adding to CIP projects to carry those projects through. So, Mike?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to just share a thought. So, you know, we've had discussion on the solar and battery projects on Hawaii Island, yeah, the Kauai High and Kalawa. And you mentioned, Chair, that we don't get involved in the benefits part. It seemed like we were, I guess, involved on those two projects, and maybe there's a difference. I know this one here looks like was worked on. This was before I became a commissioner, but I just wanted clarification on the difference.
Sure.
And maybe because it's a CBRE project and it's different, I just wanted to clarify.
That's correct. And it's because they're CBFE projects that the developer is proposing in relationship to the PPA that is being offered by Hawaiian Electric. So it's an entirely different animal.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And it's based upon the conditions of the PPA that the PUC or Hawaiian Electric could be placing on the proposed developer.
Right. Okay. That's what I thought. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay. Mahalo. Any other questions? I would point out that this project has been extremely challenging for the developer because of the bunkers and revetments, and if you look at all of the cultural buffers and the cultural sites that were not allowed to be developed, it's a very complicated project, and I'll tell you, it barely made sense to do this. So it's amazing that we got to this point.
Mr. Chairman, can you ask us, so I can understand? So when we talk about benefit package, you just mentioned that it's the homesteads, actually Kuleana, to deal with the developers that propose maybe a solar farm in their community. How does the association do that when we don't even know the developer that's going to propose a solar farm in our community? How does one association get to do that without negotiating, having DHHL negotiate that for us? In other words, if Nanakuli Solar Farm comes into our community, how does us as beneficiaries negotiate these concerns that to the developer when we don't know the developer that's going to do the proposal that we like to have a win-win community benefit package?
Yeah, so again, the Nanakuli project was one of those cutoffs or outliers where the proposer was trying to meet some of the conditions that placed forward by either the PUC or the Hawaiian Electric. All the other developments, when you normally have the developers go out into the community ahead of time, and then we do beneficiary consultations. So that is the time for homestead associations to begin any kind of discussions that they want. Knowing, understanding that projects as proposed have some leeway in terms of what they can agree to give to the community, but at the same time, it's an economic project that has to make sense, right? You want to add anything?
I just wanted to, just to add on to what Chair said, it's during the consultation process, the department introduces the developer to the community. We did that in the Hawaii Island project where we introduced Nexamp renewable energy to the two communities. It was an opportunity for the community to input into what the types of benefits that they would like to see. And it's an opportunity for the developer to hear those, that type of input. Commissioner Teruya, to your concern about Nanakuli solar energy, we'll go over that in the community presentation, in the update to the community this evening. Just real quickly, that particular developer, after doing its due diligence, decided that the project was financially infeasible for it to move forward.
Okay, thank you for that. I thought Chairman was gonna, but so let's get back with just what you said, Andrew. So the community had one beneficiary consultation on that project that was proposed, but the community did not have the disclosure at that time during the consultation of the developer. So how are they going to negotiate with the developer if the consultation involved didn't bring out the developer at that time?
That's a very good question,
We
Commissioner.
have just a consultation with the staff, but not the developer. So what I'm trying to understand is that how does one association negotiate with the developer for proposed project when they don't know the developer through the consultation?
Thank you, Commissioner. I can go through that in G2. Those are very good questions, and I can explain the sequence of events.
Okay. And I appreciate that, Andrew, very much. So the last comment that you made was a Nanakuli Solar at this time will not proceed further in the future. Is that what I heard, or what did you say?
The developer, after going through its diligence, decided that it was not financially feasible for it to pursue the project further.
Oh, okay. And I think with that message, the community of Nanakuli will be very pleased to hear that at this time that solar project is not moving forward, correct?
That is correct.
I think.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I won't, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I hear that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Andrew.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? If not, all those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Does anyone oppose? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
H1, Rodney? Thank you for the folks from Interjex for standing by.
Good morning, Commissioners. Item number H1, it is recommended that the Commission approve the transfer of the entire receipts deposited in the Hawaiian Home Receipts Fund as of December 31st, 2021 to the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund.
We have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any questions for Rodney?
No.
I'll give you a second. I do not see any hands.
Oh, no.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you, Rodney.
Thank you.
I propose that we take a 5-minute break and then return. Thank you. Okay, commission members, thank you for coming back in. Aloha, Zach. Good morning.
Oh, Zach.
We're going to go to agenda item G2.
Commissioners, item G2 for information only. A status update on Nanakuli and Waianae plan implementation. This presentation will be given at the community meeting later this evening to the Nanakuli and Waianae communities. For the sake of time, I'm just going to focus on the renewable energy project that Commissioner Teruya raised concerns and attention to. So we have a short presentation, but I'm just going to focus this time on the renewable energy project. But rest assured, the full presentation will be given to the community this evening. G2. Okay, next slide. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go through the presentation. If you can advance to the slide on the renewable energy project. Okay. So to Commissioner Teruya's previous inquiries, at its August 2020 regular meeting, the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorized the chairman to solicit renewable energy development proposals for 4 specific DHL tracts in Nanakuli on Oahu, Ho'olehua on Molokai, and 2 Hawaii Island locations at Kauai High and Kalawa, North Kona. Following the commission's authorization, on August 31st, 2020, the department issued a request for proposals from renewable energy developers for these 4 parcels. DHL conducted initial beneficiary information meetings to inform beneficiary communities about these requests for proposal solicitations and provide information about the HECO community-based renewable energy program in October through December of 2020. So at the time that we came out to the Nanakuli community, we were still going through the solicitation process and the department had not selected a developer yet for the Nanakuli parcel. From January to February 2021, the department selected 3 preliminary development proposals from renewable energy developers for 3 of the 4 sites. No developer submitted a proposal for the Ho'olehua site. DHL selected International Center for Appropriate Sustainable Technology to advance in the process to lease revenue generating property in Nanakuli. After its selection to advance in the process, that company, also known as ICAST, requested additional time to complete due diligence studies to prepare a development proposal to the department for a second beneficiary consultation meeting with the Nanakuli community. A development proposal would include lease terms and conditions, including % savings on individual beneficiary electric bills, lease rent to the department, and other proposed benefits by the developer. ICAST conducted its due diligence from April to November 2021. At the conclusion of its due diligence, ICAST concluded that the Nanakuli parcel had limiting constraints that would make a community-based renewable energy development project infeasible. The department acknowledged the in writing ICAS withdrawal from the project on November 23rd of this year. So that is in sum the process that the department went through for the Nanakuli site. And again, the other parts of plan implementation in the region will go over more fully this evening with the Waianae and Nanakuli communities.
Thank you, Andrew. Can you take down the presentation so I can see if there's any questions? Cedric, Mike, take that down. There we go. So I can see the screen once again. Commissioners, any question on the process? I mean, Patty?
And hi, Mr. Awo. Hi, Mr. Helm. Aloha. So mainly a little about the process, I guess the frustration of not knowing. And you know, for Nanakuli, the solar proposal that was initiated in August as one beneficiary consultation that the community had. And it just so happened that Nanakuli Valley was selected in this whole energy package. But that one consultation, and I think the process went through several months of not hearing or not even discussing anything. And it really frustrates many beneficiaries and residents in the district of having a proposed solar farm in Nanakuli Valley. The other thing is that not hearing anything about it or not having anything else scheduled, but to have developers already in place, which was ICAS, to come into the community and to do drone photos and things that they had to do. It kind of alert the community. You know, it just got the community more and more upset of not knowing. And I just wanted to see if, you know, these kind of process could be better initiated in the community of letting them know where we at of this proposed solar farm. You know, when you drive into Nanakuli, you'll see banners and signs, opposition to Nanakuli solar farm and everything like that, because the community did oppose to that. And I guess the thing of not knowing, not communicating is it gets more frustrating for beneficiaries. So I just want to comment on the process. But thank you for today for announcing that they did not meet financial, the company did not meet their financial obligations to this project. And at this time, the project is not moving forward. But just wanted to express that, Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. I mean, there's nothing to update the community on because the due diligence was going on. We did notify our ROE holder, and I'm pretty sure we notified other people in the community that the drones were going to be flown as part of the due diligence. So we'll try to, in the future, you know, communicate more broadly. But, you know, it's hard to comment on a project going forward if the due diligence is ongoing.
Well, and I understand what you're mentioning, what you're saying, Mr. Chairman. You did notify the ROE person, the leasee who's there, but he notified the community that the drone and everything was activity, and that's how the community were concerned. And so, yeah, he was notified, but the adjacent to the community was not notified.
On a press release, right?
And so,
yeah,
as a commissioner of that area, we can communicate with each other. I'd like to know what's going on in my area first before anything, or even a press release going out. Not knowing anything is not a good process for the commissioner in that area. And I just speak on behalf of myself, is that we can communicate, we can email each other, call each other. If there is something that's going to affect my area, I really would like to know. And so when people ask me, I know what's going on. And so thank you for that time.
All right, thank you, Patty.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding this? No? Okay, well, thank you, Andrew. I do believe I see Randy. Welcome, Randy. And we have everyone here for D items D2 and D8, and I anticipate a request for contested case on both D2 and D8. Might be easier if we just go into, ask for a motion for a contested case. I mean, sorry, in exec session, sorry. So I'm going to read the request and then one of the commissioners, if you can, because the executive session is one deals with government records and one deals with session declaration. So I'm requesting a motion for executive session to convene the session pursuant to section 92-5 subsection A subsection 4 HRS to consult with the attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities, and to also go into executive session pursuant to section 92J-1 HRS relating to government records maintained by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands that are not required to be publicly disclosed. If I could have that motion, commissioners.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of going to executive session? Oh, hold on. Patty, go ahead.
You're on mute, Patty.
Yeah, Patty, did you have a question?
Are you currently adding executive session on this morning's agenda?
I'm asking for an executive session to discuss agenda items D2 and D8. And that's why both clauses of the request to go into executive session was read. And that's why I'm asking for the motion by a commissioner.
Okay, so you're adding something on the agenda currently.
We added an agenda item to D2. And now we're simply asking to go into executive session to discuss the items in D2 and D8.
But I don't see executive session on this morning agenda.
It does. I'm going to turn to our Attorney General.
So on any, am I on? So on any item that is on the agenda, the commission can move to go into exec session if there are issues that are privileged. So my understanding of D2 is that there might be questions, legal questions regarding one of the consents to mortgage. And then D8 has to do with sensitive personal information, which is protected by 92J.
J1.
Right? So those are the reasons why those are going into exec session.
Okay. Thank you so much, AG.
Okay, so can I have a motion?
Thank you, Bill, for being patient.
I think it was moved and seconded, Chair.
Second.
All right, we confirm that. Okay, so all those in favor of going into executive session, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. Give us a second to clear. Yeah, D2. We'll clear the room.
Chair, this is Dennis.
Yes, Dennis.
Yes, can we have folks there speak closer to the mic? I've got my volume almost max so far.
Okay.
Thank you.
Everyone that speaks, please speak closer to the mic, including myself.
Thank you.
Yeah, but that's not the exec session item, man. Not the addition. I don't think the addition is a question.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
The consent to mortgage, I don't think it's being questioned in executive.
The question is not added item.
executive session. Commission members, are there any questions? Let me double check. Did we take a motion?
We did not.
We did, yeah. Okay, so we need a motion to consider staff recommendation to approve agenda item D2 with the addition that was added this morning.
I'll move, Chair Russell.
Thank you, Russell. Can I have a second? Patty's raising her hand. Are there
Second,
any- Thank you. Are there any other questions or discussion? No, if not, all those in favor say aye.
aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Thank you,
As-
commissioners.
We'll take agenda item D1 now, which is just a report.
D1 is the monthly report for commission consideration. Do you have any questions that we could possibly answer?
Was that your hand that just went up, Patty?
Yeah, so move, no.
Okay, no need,
Oh, okay.
no
No
need,
questions.
motion on this. It was just for information. And then agenda item D8, we will take up for action tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you,
Juan.
commissioners.
Thank you, Juan. Merry Christmas.
Okay, so we have the G items. Normally, G goes first. Oh, yeah, those one. Okay, you're up. Stewart is up. Agenda item Echo 1, E1.
Oh, Stuart is up.
Yeah. Aloha, commissioners, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
To you, Stuart.
Aloha.
So item E1 is for information only. It's for Nanakuli Waianae project updates. And we will be making the presentation to the community in detail. You have in your packet, I think it's approximately 26 slides. And so we present this to the commission, and I have many LDD staff who have also logged in if a commission has any specific questions regarding the projects. Or if there's any projects that you'd like me to provide further information.
And if not, then the full presentation is tonight, right?
That is correct. The full presentation will be provided at the 6:30 p.m. community meeting.
Are there any questions at this time for Stuart?
Yeah, hold on one second. Hold on one second, Stuart. I got my.
Sure thing.
Okay, so for the Ulukekekui for Maili project, so I understand that because the community had uproar that Catholic charities were going to evict people out and get people out of there, but understanding that the lessee, that is Kali Watson, they're going to hold it off another year to allow Catholic charities to remain to help some of the families to relocate. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. I think we have Daryl Ng, who is also who's a project manager, and I'm looking to see if he's not on yet. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. I will confirm that with you, Commissioner Teruya.
Yeah, because I think that would be some of the concerns that might pop up on Ulukekekui if the clients have to get out of Ulukekekui. So I think we need to assure them that the project is going to be extended to another year, I think 2022. And so that nobody's gonna be actually evicted by the lessee, which is Kalia. He has the
Yeah.
lessee of that property. Yeah, that kind of was like a thing that came to the neighborhood board and the community, and everything was going crazy.
Okay, good point.
Yeah, and actually they were blaming, like they were, and I was trying to say it's not DHHL. They're not in the business of evicting anybody from Ulukekikui. In fact, Kali Watson holds the and the for that.
Commissioner Teruya, we have Daryl Ng who just joined us
Yeah. Hi,
in
Daryl.
Halepono'i.
I know Daryl. Hi, Daryl.
Aloha.
Hi.
Commissioner Teruya had a question regarding the continued rental of the project.
Correct. The Department of Human Services notified us that their funding to Catholic Charities ran out. And so Catholic Charities has vacated. But Cully had informed me that they're working on something now to make units available on a short-term basis, maybe 6 to 9 months. And formal announcement to that effect will be coming out sometime in January.
So Daryl, oh my goodness. Okay, so Catholic Charity, I know they ran out with their funding, yeah? And so they're not running the Ulukekikui now, correct?
Correct. They're completely
So,
out.
I think who's overseeing that is not vacated?
Cully has and his organization have complete site control over both the rental units as well as the other public facilities.
Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know they were just everybody, Catholic Charity was out already.
Yeah, that was subject to both the request for proposals as well as development agreement, that they handle not only the rental unit, but all the other preschool facilities and offices as well.
Yeah. So I thought that they were going to go for an extension to help, Catholic Charities to remain till 2022, not removing anybody from the transitional, but I guess the state don't have funding to help them to remain that program. So that's kind of sad though.
Right. Well, at the same time, Cully had expected to get his financing in place by now to start renovating, but he ran into the same problem a lot of developers are having with HHFDC and the low-income property tax credits. There's just not enough available to go around.
Okay. And the traffic calming one that you have here in Nanakuli, is that funded by DHHL or is funded by the state legislature, the governor's package?
Commissioner Teruya, the first portion of the designs are funded by DHHL trust funds. But we just recently received $1 million allocation from the state for construction. So the first phase has been bid out, and so and contracted. It's going through a certification now on the contract, and then trying to work with a contractor on ordering materials. So because of the pandemic, the supply lines are really choked up, and so we don't have a date yet. One of the first items we plan to do is to install the flashing beacons in and around the schools. There are other crosswalk improvements too.
Stuart, this is a DHHL project, not legislators project. This is coming from DHHL, correct?
This is a legislative initiative.
Okay.
So we are we're following that initiative. Also, we've had meetings with community over the years because there have been many concerns with traffic calming.
So it's a legislative add-on, right?
Yes.
From Stacy.
Yes.
So
Okay,
it's a legislative add-on
Okay.
from Representative Eli.
okay, I just wanted to make clear, so understand that, because we did receive a memo from her that on the traffic calming and the release funds was from the governor's office. So I just wanted to know that, I know that DHHL was part of this initiative too. And so, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, mahalo.
All right.
Any other
thank-
questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. You want to stay there for E2?
Okay, we'll do E2.
Okay, then on to agenda item E2.
Yeah, agenda item E2 is the draft environmental assessment for the development of 820 Eisenberg, which is Stadium Bolodrome. And with me again is Daryl Ng, who can speak best to the information submittal.
Are we putting up something? So we're gonna let Stanford Carr in and, okay. Stanford, turn it over to you. Do we need to share screen or do anything? All right, Stanford, I think you're muted.
Hi, this is Kaloa Robinson on behalf of Stanford Carr. Daryl, do you want us to take over? Or do you want to go first?
No, go ahead, take over.
Okay. Okay, I'm attempting to share my screen.
Awesome.
That work?
Yep.
Great. Let me go get Mr. Carr. One second.
Oh.
Now with us is Stanford Carr.
Okay, aloha.
Hi. Good afternoon, Daryl, Mr. Chair, and Commission. My name is Kaloa Robinson. Behind me is Stanford Carr. We're the development team for the 820 Eisenberg project. Daryl, if okay with you, I'll just very quickly go through the 4 different types of structures that we're planning and a high-level overview of the development, and then briefly end with the status of the environmental assessment. Okay, great.
Proceed.
So in 2019, the Department of Hawaiian Homelands put out their parcel located on 820 Eisenberg to competitive RFP for the redevelopment of the project into a rental for beneficiaries of the Hawaiian Homes Act. We were awarded a successful offer of the project in 2020. And since then, we have finalized our agreement with our development agreement with the department, as well as the form of lease. We are about 80% done with our architectural design development, and have been in contacts with various stakeholders for the last month and a half, extending into about the half of next month, including yourselves, with our environmental assessment being published a few days from now on December 23rd, the draft environmental assessment. What we proposed was a 278 rental unit project with a 23-story tower, documented by this purple here, with a approximately 280 stall parking structure in the gray in the center of our project. And aligning the parking structure against Stadium Park are 7 3-bedroom, 2-bath townhouses. And lining the street frontage of our project are 4 retail components, totaling a total of 278 rental units for beneficiaries and households thereof, earning up to 100% of the area median income. Very briefly, let me introduce you to our tower. The first floor of our tower is on top. There are 7 units on the ground floor, And also on the ground floor are our main building amenities, such as our laundry facility, community room, management office for management staff, mail room and parcel room, bike storage, maintenance facilities, etc. Going up from the second floor to the 23rd, we have 12 units consisting of studios, 1s, 2s, and 3 bedrooms, going from the second floor to the 23rd floor and up, for a total of 271 units within the tower. In front of you is a elevation. The top elevation is a broadside view of the tower, which you would see looking from Eisenberg Street. And the elevations below denote the view plane from Malcolm Mackay. In our design, our master planning of the site, we made the conscious decision to align the building from Malcolm Mackay to preserve as much of that Malcolm Mackay view corridor as possible. The 2 red lines denoted, or the 3 red lines denoted on the site, are the nearest height of the closest neighboring high-rise, and a modification from transitional setbacks that we need to get as an exemption in order to make the project feasible. Moving on to a rendering of the site. This is a schematic massing of what our project will look like, looking from roughly Eisenberg Street toward Mackay Eva. And on the right bottom of the schematic are our townhouses, the 7 townhouses which line the parking structure and look onto Stadium Park. To the left is our retail component. In the center, the parking structure, and of course, emanating from the back of the property and position Malcolm Mackay is the 271 23-story tower. Moving on very briefly to the parking structure, approximately 280 stalls in the parking structure, complemented by approximately 24 surface parking stalls, which you can see to the left. And then just to orient yourselves, this blue area would be the townhouses. And then to the right of the townhouses, of course, Stadium Park with the tower here at the front. Another more aerial view of the parking structure and tower. This is a good angle to see the PV array that we're anticipating to deploy to offset daytime usage of both common area and interior unit energy usage. Again, townhouses lining the parking structure to the right, retail lining the parking structure along Eisenberg on the left, and at the back of the project, our 23-story tower with a view of our solar collector array on the roof, where we anticipate manufacturing hot water with a gas backup. And once again, very briefly, another set of floor plans, this time the townhouses, which are 3-bedroom, 2-bath townhouses that overlook the Stadium Park. 1 bedroom on the bottom of my screen here, 1 bedroom on the first floor with a bathroom and a lanai. And then upstairs, 2 bedrooms, bathroom, and a little outdoor space. Now I'm introducing you to our retail component. 4 bays total are anticipated. The tenants for these spaces are not fully known. However, programmatically, we would target potential tenants that would amenitize and accentuate the tenants or the quality of life of the tenants up above. These are generally things like a small market, perhaps a cafe or a restaurant. At our Halikuila Place project, where we have a similar mix, we recently put in a bubble tea tenant, which personally I quite enjoy. So lots of potential opportunity, not only for the community, but particularly for the residents of this project to have walkability without having to drive somewhere to pick up, a lunch or a bubble tea drink, I suppose. As you may very well be aware, and as I mentioned earlier, this is a 100% affordable project serving households or beneficiaries and households earning up to 100% of the area median income and as low as 30% of the area median income. So really trying to span the range of affordability from the very low to the moderate range. Majority of our units are going to be targeted to families earning up to 60% of the area median income, which is about $60,000 a year. I'm quoting myself off the top of my head, and maybe if I get it wrong, Stanford can correct me, but I think the 2-bedroom for 60% AMI is like $750, roughly. 60% AMI?
No.
Less than that?
Less than that.
Yeah, so under $750 for a 2-bedroom.
No, 60% AMI is for a 2-bedroom. For how many household size?
3 in this case.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah.
Usually you go by.
We could apologize for that. We'll get back to it. Just
let me put it this way: it starts at the 30% AMI. That translates to a single person earning about $26,000 a year, paying $650 a month towards their rent. So basically, the formula is the resident would not pay more than 30% of their adjusted gross income, household income, and it varies based on household size. What single person household, 4-person household, 5, 6, and beyond. So the income limitations increase the larger the household. It's all published by HUD annually, which is what we follow.
Anyway, excuse me, I digress. And then last but not least, this is a little bit involved, but we are in the process of seeking variances from zoning, which are highlighted in green. I'm not sure if it's necessary to dig into the details here. I'm sure there will be questions, which I'm happy to answer. But the gist of it is that like many other affordable projects, the current zoning standards are not conducive to feasibility, which means we have to come in for exemptions. These exemptions are things like setbacks, height variances, guest stalls, bike storage, etc., which we'll be asking DHHL to assist with using their abilities. And through the city, we're going in for exemptions from various fees, such as building permit fees, water fees, water connection fees, sewer connection fees, plan review fees, etc. And where we are right now, is we are currently about to submit for our environmental assessment, or rather in a few days, we'll be submitting for our environmental assessment. And I am certain that this is probably too small for you folks to see, but in any case, we are looking to submit for our financing to the HHFDC in February of this year. We will be submitting our building permits in approximately June of next year, in a very optimistic and aggressive schedule. We may even be breaking ground on this project prior to the end of 2022, although, realistically speaking, we are looking at the first quarter of 2023. Daryl, that's actually, sorry, before I turn it back to Daryl, let me correct myself that a 30% AMI 1-bedroom rents for about $680, while a 2-bedroom at the 60% AMI level rents at the $1,600 approximately range, inclusive of utilities. The whole table I don't think is practical to recite herein, but suffice to say it's all published by HUD and enforced by HHFTC. Daryl, I'm happy to turn it back to you.
Okay, thanks. Hello, Patty?
Hi. Are we all on? I think I still see his screen. Anyway, my question, or the first time you folks did this presentation, you didn't quite answer a lot of the questions that I asked was, and you still don't have it for me to understand this project. First of all, I mean, I wanted to see like what is your rental like for a 1-bedroom? What does it range from? 450, 650, 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom offered to our beneficiaries, and I still don't see that range. And so you just say AMI. I'm not supposed to be figuring this out. I think it should be available that we can see that this is an affordable unit for our beneficiaries. So I don't understand that you can't share that. And when we first had that presentation, that wasn't shared too. You said it was unavailable at that time. So I have concerns on the affordable rental to our beneficiary range of what is it going to cost. The other let me see, 270 rental units. And so if you don't fill up the 270 rental units with our beneficiaries, is that going to be open up for rentals for non-beneficiaries in that huge monster complex?
Let me answer. May I answer your first question and then the second question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I apologize for not having this readily available initially. What you're looking at on my screen, is that big enough?
I'm up close, so it's okay.
Okay. What you're looking at is the table established by HUD and published by HHFTC that sets the maximum rental per month for a given unit at a particular income limit. So when we say 30% of the median income, what we mean is that 30% of 2021's Honolulu median income being $106,000, 30% of that, there's a calculation that roughly comes to about a third of their monthly income, which is the maximum that you can set. So for a studio at the 30% AMI level in 2021, that's $634. For a 1-bedroom, it's $679. For a 2-bedroom, earning 60%, let me do this later. For a 2-bedroom, price to a household earning up to 60% of the median income, that amount is $632. The developer doesn't set these. A combination of HUD and HHFTC publish these guidelines, and we follow them according to the commitments that we've made to DHHL.
Yeah, well, I know that you don't set that. We have a lot of affordable units in Nanakuli with the developers, and so we kind of look at their rent. Is it affordable? Everybody goes for affordable units, but sometimes it's not. Anyway, so if you don't rent out the 270 rental units, my question is, will that ever be rented out to non-beneficiaries?
That's a good question. As I understand it, the answer is no. And we expect that to be a pretty tail end situation where we have vacancies that we can't fill based on the extensive list of beneficiaries on the waiting list. Daryl, do you have anything else to add?
Let me ask you something. When you go for these tax exemptions, these 201 tax exemptions, and all of these stuff that you folks using for affordability for the build this as a developer, how can you say that you cannot open it up? You cannot. You're just going to exclusively open it up for Hawaiians. Is that there's something in the clause there that you can't do that when you receive 201 tax exemption benefits? I mean, can somebody help me with that?
Well, let me jump in. One, Department of Hawaiian Homeland is a qualified, recognized agency for NIHASCA funds. I'm sure you're familiar with that program.
But we have.
And so HUD recognizes, and we're financing these projects with a FHA HUD program. So they're very well aware that this is exclusive to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and Homeland beneficiaries. So the answer is yes, we are conforming to federal fair housing laws. And they do know that this is the first DHHL all rental community for DHHL beneficiaries.
Okay, and thank you for that, Stanford. But I think I'm not sure if you're familiar with Halemakana in Nanakuli. That was the first rental affordable units for Hawaiian homes on Hawaiian homelands.
Familiar with it? Sorry.
Are you familiar with that unit?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so that was the first affordable rental units, Halemakana, on Hawaiian homestead land in Nanakuli, that opened up for not only just Hawaiians, because they got all these different exemptions and tax exemptions for affordability. And that was very controversial that they had to open that up under these guidelines that first they would cater to Native Hawaiians, and then after that, but they couldn't turn anybody away that who had Native and Hawaiian, and they were qualified for that residential rental unit.
Yeah, excuse me, Patty. I think it was the type of federal funds that were used that caused that challenge there. Based on the funding that we anticipate being used here and based upon the development agreement, we're very confident that all of these units are going to be filled with our beneficiaries.
Okay, so they're not using any of the exemption funds for affordability for that Eisenberg.
I don't know exactly what funds, because I think they're still searching for other method of funding, and they still have the HHFDC application process to go through.
Okay.
But it's very clear that in our process, we have the ability to provide the preference. I don't know exactly what fund Kali used in Halemakana.
Yeah, I have it listed here.
That was the challenge there.
Okay, so I guess my whole concern is that when we do build on Hawaiian homes, especially affordable homes and stuff, that it stays within the rental unit for our beneficiaries. That's my concern.
Yes, that is precisely our goal.
Okay, well, I wanted to hear it from them, not from you, Bill.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the second, I want to hear commitment from the developers, because a lot of developers I don't trust. So anyway, they say this, they come there and they change different. So I work with a lot of developers, trust me, from Waianae to Makaha, and I know you, Stanford. So anyway, I want them to keep the word that this development, Eisenberg, is for our beneficiaries. I speak on behalf of beneficiaries that are going to look for rental units in town. And that was my concern. The other concern that I had is the bottom, you have rental for storefronts, rentals for, what is that? What do you call that? Commercial. So is the commercial units that you're going to have available also working with DHHL beneficiaries, like from Papakolea, from that area, that want to have a rental unit in there? Are they going to be able to have that more or less than other commercial guys coming in? In other words, we'd like to see Native Hawaiian shops that are in there too, that are beneficiaries, and to participate in that, showcase downstairs from your units.
First of all, let me go back to clarify your first concerns with respect to DHHL beneficiaries and the priority of the beneficiaries renting as residents. So that is captured into our development agreement with DHHL. And the level of rents that you see on this matrix, and that what we proposed in the RFP when we submitted, which is consistent with our application with HHFDC, utilizing tax exempt bond financing, the sale of real estate tax credits, and a soft second financing, most likely, which is generated through the conveyance tax under the rental housing revolving fund, which is administered by HHFBC. That comes with a regulatory agreement that's recorded against the property that runs with the life of the property, recorded against the property itself. So it's a public record and runs with the land. With respect to having any DHHL beneficiaries for the ground floor commercial, that's something for us to consider. That was not a condition of the RFP as it was published. However, we are more than happy to entertain. We have not gone on out to any leasing program for the ground floor commercial. We typically won't go and do such of publicizing the pre-leasing program for those spaces until we break ground. So we're more than happy to support the Hawaiian community, which is, especially locally owned businesses. We see how much that has really created a benefit to the community of the Hawaii Native Council and the the Makeke Papakolea. Yeah, and how that has proliferated and grown. So we definitely will support that. But again, we have no set aside specific program committed yet.
All right. Just keep that in mind. I appreciate that. Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We always like to support local companies.
Thank you for that.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Stanford. Thank you,
Appreciate
Patty.
that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, if not, Stanford and Kaloa, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Dennis, and thank you, Stuart. It's a good project.
Holidays. Aloha.
We're looking forward to breaking ground soon.
We are too, man. We are too. Thank you. Aloha.
Okay, aloha. Okay, commissioners, we're going to defer agenda item G4 to tomorrow's agenda. G3, which one is it? Sorry. Which one is it, G3 or G4?
G4.
Yes, okay, so we're doing agenda item G3. G3 now. Thank you. You need a PowerPoint or you need? Okay, Jonathan is in.
I'm here.
There's item G3 for information only. Future water needs and possible designation of.
Here, we cannot hear.
Cannot hear.
Oh, sorry, Stuart. It was Stuart's fault. No, just kidding.
Good call.
He's smart, Andrew. Blame it on Stuart.
Yeah, for information only, update to the commission on the department's Waianae Moku future water needs and possible designation of a Waianae groundwater management area. With me today, I have Dr. Jonathan Wikeke Shoyer, who will be giving the briefing to the commission.
Aloha mai kako.
Oh, and sorry, Jonathan, you can share on your end. You can share the PowerPoint on your end.
Okay, I will do that. Tell me if you are viewing the presenter view or the slide.
We can see the slide.
Okay, perfect. Aloha mai kako. Thank you, commissioners. I know that you have a tremendous amount to do, but we did feel that this was important to get in front of you, both revisiting of future water demands for our Aina and the Waianae Moku, as well as a project that the Board of Water Supply is pursuing as they plan to petition the Commission on Water Resources Management for designation of Waianae as a groundwater management area. This presentation walks through all the same information that was in submittal G3. And so really there's just two parts to it. First, just a brief overview of the Waianae Moku tracts and the water needs for each of those tracts, and then a discussion of some of the implications for DHHL of designation of a water management area. This slide, which is a blow up of one of the images in your tract, shows all the different aquifer systems and sectors on the island of Oahu with an overlay of the DHHL land tracts on them. And there's two things you can take out of this slide. The main one being about 60% of all the land that we have on Oahu is concentrated in this one area in the Waianae Coast. The other is the sort of general layout of the sectors. In terms of acreage in Waianae, we have, and with a little more in Maili, we have about 2,472 acres of land, and in Nanakuli, 2,300 acres of land in these different homestead communities. Then the next point to keep in mind is that, so this is a map, the Water Commission, or the Commission on Water Resources Management, and I'll talk a little bit more about them. One of the things that they do is they try to divide every island in the state into different aquifer sectors, big areas, and then different aquifer systems for managing the pumping of groundwater. And they set for each of those a sustainable yield, which is really the outer limit, the maximum amount of groundwater you might be able to remove sustainably over time. And so even though 60% of DHHL's lands are here in the Waianae Moku, you should note that the entire sustainable yield for Oahu is 393.5 million gallons a day, or a very large amount of water, but actually the sustainable yield for Waianae is only 13. So it's a very small amount. In other words, Waianae, as we all know, is a very dry area. The amount of groundwater resources that are there are very limited. Something that many people haven't known, though it's become increasingly of interest to people due to the Red Hill disaster that's unfolding, is that Waianae actually imports a lot of its groundwater. So this is a table taken from a report given to the Board of Water Supply every month. This is the most recent version that's online from October 2021. And if you look at this row 8 on the bottom, the Board of Water Supply breaks up the island into different water use districts, and it shows that for its systems, now there's Navy and some other small systems in Waianae, but for Board of Water Supply systems, about 3.27 million gallons a day of water that was consumed in Waianae came from Waianae, but the rest of the water came from imports, primarily in the far western parts of the Pearl Harbor aquifer sector. So going back a slide, on this boundary between Waipahu, Waiava, and the Nanakuli sector, really wells near Farrington Highway and in the sort of Waipahu, Kunia area are the source of this extra 6 million gallons a day that gets pumped around to provide existing demand in Waianae. And let's talk, I won't go over the Maili tracts, which are in the submittal, but I'll go briefly over the Nanakuli lands. This map is from the previous regional plan the department gave. Area A is Princess Kahanu Estates. Area B is Nanakuli Hawaiian Homesteads. Area C is Nanakuli's Upper Valley, which is over 1,100 acres. Parcel D is the Nanakuli Village Center. Parcel E is the former Nana'i Kapona school site, and parcel F is Nanakuli Ranch. In terms of future land use designations, there's an additional 1,835 proposed residential homesteads under existing Hawaiian Homes Commission land use designations over 320 acres, another 50 acres of community use, and of note, 710 acres of general agricultural lands. When you take these lands and you apply water demands, these future uses, and you apply water demands the way we've done across the entire islands, you get numbers like this. We probably need an additional 1.25 million gallons per day of potable water for Nanakuli. And in addition, the State Water Projects Plan, which is a plan that the Department of Land and Natural Resources developed, but we worked very closely with the department in developing it, estimated almost another 2.5 of non-potable demands for irrigation. If you calculate it in a slightly different way, if you take a standard that the Water Commission has used of 2,500 gallons per acre per day, and you apply it to the 710 acres of general agricultural lands, you get about 1.775 million gallons a day. Nonetheless, either way you look at it, an additional 1.25 million gallons needed of potable water for planned developments in Nanakuli and for very long-term uses up to almost 2.5. Now, if you look around the corner at the Waianae and Lualua land use designations, there's existing and proposed residential uses on 255 acres, 140 subsistence ag lots on 190, and community use special district conservation, industrial, as well as some general agricultural lands. If you take those numbers, and this is a chart from the State Water Projects Plan, and most of those are developed, but not all of them, and you look at both potable needs and non-potable needs, including some places where non-potable needs might be met by potable water, you get another 330,000 gallons per day, or 0.33 million gallons per day of additional demand. In addition to those demands, we note the longstanding work of Eric Enos and all the folks at Ka'ala, and using a study that the Office of Hawaiian Affairs prepared with the US Geological Survey a number of years ago in association with Queen Liliuokalani Trust's Onipa'a Nahui Kalo. If you apply a water demand of 150,000 gallons per acre per day of all the historic kalo lands in that area of Waianae, you get up to another 7.25 million gallons a day of potential non-potable needs. Now, I'm not saying that there's actually that much available right now in Waianae, but historically, that's the acreage that was irrigated, judging by the amount of kalo lands and terraces that exist in the area. So in the past, actually a couple decades ago, the Hawaiian Homes Commission and the department did reserve groundwater for future uses in Waianae, but knowing even then that groundwater was limited in this area, the Water Commission reserved water for future use in Honolulu and Leeward Oahu from Waipahu Waiava. And so 1.724 million gallons, and this is a Hawaii administrative rule adopted by the Water Commission, Rule 13-171-61, set aside 1.75 million gallons per day from Waipahu Waiava for Papaklea, Nanakuli, and Waianae Lualualei homestead areas, in addition to whatever was being used on that date in 1994. When you look at all of this together, for unmet potable needs, for what we need for our current long-term build out, however long it takes, it's 1.9, almost 2 million gallons a day of additional water needed, and non-potable, another almost 10 million gallons a day, 9.75. Noting, of course, though, that these estimates of water use for general agricultural demands might not be met by the existing water that exists in the area. So that's the context of our needs. And now I want to talk briefly about what the Board of Water Supply is proposing. And just so it's clear, in case you missed the disclosure in the submittal, my firm was actually hired to help the Board of Water Supply with community outreach and preparing of the petition for designation. So just briefly, I want to go over two things. What is a groundwater management area and how DHL's rights are protected in the area? Really briefly, the big difference between groundwater management areas and all other areas of the state are the kinds of permits that you have to get. In all areas of the state, if you want to put in a well and put in a pump to pump water out of the ground, you have to get two permits, a well construction permit and a pump installation permit. But those permits for years have been treated by the Water Commission as ministerial permits, like construction permits. In other words, as long as you had a licensed driller, drill the well, and you followed all their rules, they would automatically give it to you. And there was very, very limited, in some cases, no public review of the permit. In designated water management areas, you also have to get what's called a water use permit. And that water use permit is not given administratively. It goes through a public hearing process. People have the chance to ask for a hearing on it, to comment on it, and even seek a contested case on the matter. In addition, those water use permits, as I'll talk about a little bit more, are conditioned on a number of items, including the rights of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. So again, this is all the groundwater aquifer sectors and systems on Oahu. But this is a map for the entire state of what's been designated and what's not been designated. So if you look at the island of Oahu, the only part of Oahu that's not designated is Waianae. In other words, for everybody on Oahu, including homesteaders, there's really two levels of protection. If you live in town and you're concerned with your water resources, applicants for developing water have to get this water use permit. And among the things they have to answer is, how will you impact the Department of Hawaiian Homelands? Somebody putting a well in the Waianae Moku does not have to answer those questions. Groundwater has been designated also on the island of Molokai. That was a petition by homesteaders in the early 1990s, designed specifically to protect homesteader water rights in the area. And after 2 decades of effort, the community successfully designated Iao Aquifer on Maui as a groundwater management area. All the rest of the state is not designated. So when you see the map of Oahu, everybody that you ever talk to in the community says, well, why wasn't Waianae designated? And the real brief version of that story is that prior to the water code being passed in 1987, there was an act that managed groundwater in Hawaii, and there were only 3 areas that were being actively managed: the Pearl Harbor Aquifer, the Honolulu Aquifer, and the Waialua Aquifer. And so the water code in 1987 said, if it was managed under this old law, it's going to be managed under this new law. And then really soon after the water code was passed in 1987, in the early 1990s, Windward Oahu, mostly taro farmers and community members, petitioned to designate the Windward Oahu aquifers as a groundwater management area because they saw that as their best chance to restore streams after the Waiahole ditch was going to be closed. The short answer of why Waianae is not designated is that nobody ever petitioned. And the Board of Water Supply had actually asked the Water Commission to start proceedings on designating it. They'd never done so. So instead, the Board of Water Supplies decided to go forward itself. Ultimately, their petition will go to the Water Commission, 7 members appointed by the governor and confirmed by the state Senate, served by a person we know very well, Deputy Director Kaleo Manuel. The 7 members are the other people on the screen: Wayne Katayama from Kauai, Neil Hannes, Michael Buck, Joanna Sito from the Department of Health, who sits there on behalf of the director. Suzanne Case, chair of the Land Board, is also chair of the Water Commission. Aurora Kagawa Viviani, the newest member, who's a young Native Hawaiian scientist at the University of Hawaii, and Paul Meyer from the island of Maui. If they take action and they choose to designate Waianae, accept the petition, designate Waianae as a water management area, there's 3 particular ways in which DHHL and beneficiary rights are actually enhanced. And these are in the spelled out in more detail in the presentation. First of all, while we're entitled to and have received reservations of water everywhere in the state, foreground and surface water, not everything we need, but we're on the way there. Only in water management areas does the commission also have to pass an administrative rule. And the only legal tests of DHHL's rights to water by reservation were in groundwater management areas on Molokai, the Waiola case and the Kukui case, which both the department and homesteaders won. So the only sort of guaranteed protection to these rights for reservations have been in water management areas. The second is a process issue, and one which the department has used a number of times on Molokai and actually elsewhere in the state to protect its interests, that we have the right, along with other entities, to comment on, object to, and even request contested cases on the water permits of other entities if we think that they're interfering with our beneficiaries' rights. And third, which I mentioned briefly, and this is a requirement in the law, it says even if it doesn't say it on the permit, any permit in water management area is subject to the rights of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, which actually theoretically means, though this part hasn't been tested, in an area that has essentially run out of water to be permitted, DHL could go in and say, no, we actually have new needs of water. You need to reduce other people's permits in order to provide water for our beneficiaries. With that, I will stop screen sharing and be happy to answer any questions. Mahalo nui.
Okay, commission members, questions for Jonathan? No action, information. Patty? You did.
Thank you, Dr. Jonathan. Melikaliki Maka, thank you. So, great presentation, so educational. I mean, for Waianae and for us that live in that moku. I'm surprised that Waianae did not have, or they weren't designated. So what does that mean? Because the community didn't bring it up, or why wasn't they designated in the designated category? Can you
So-
answer?
Yeah, I can answer it in a couple different ways. So
Okay.
part of it is knowing the history of the water code and how it was passed, and really where we are after 4 decades of work by Native Hawaiian and other leaders, right? So like 50 years ago, if you were average Native Hawaiian or average community member and you really cared about what was happening into water in your community, you had almost no say in things. The plantation and the large interest really controlled everything. But then after some court cases that started on the island of Kauai, where 2 sugar plantations sued each other over who owned how much water in the Hanapepe River. We now, post-statehood, had a Native Hawaiian running the Hawaii Supreme Court, William S. Richardson, and they used that as an opportunity to say, you know what? Actually, neither of you guys own the water. That was a misreading of the law. Water at the Mahele was never privatized and is a public trust, and the government holds it in trust. And so that gave rise then to the constitutional amendments in 78 that said, again, in the Constitution, water is a public trust, and said, legislature, after 1 year after 1978, pass a water code to fulfill this kuleana you have to manage water on behalf of all people. It took the legislature 9 years. And it took them 9 years primarily because this fight between plantation and large interests and small Native Hawaiian environmental interests went on at the legislature. And the compromise that was struck in 1987, in the 9th year of trying, and this was forced by Maui County that did not want to see the Iao aquifer designated, was to create this weird dual system. So the Water Commission has responsibility to protect water everywhere in Hawaii, but they only actively and intensively do it in designated water management areas. So that's why you have this weird dual system. And it says in the law, the commission itself can try and protect water through designation on its own action, or it can happen by petition. To date, the only time the commission has ever protected was through petition. So it's been always up to the community. And many people in Waianae have talked about this for many years, but nobody had done it.
Okay. And so, may I finish, Mr. Chairman? So now, with Board of Water, and we've communicated with Kathleen Pahanui, and she has come out to talk to community leaders about the management plan that they're going to, as you showed on the screen, that are going to initiate to move forward. In fact, she's been doing presentations to community leaders. She'll be doing a presentation to our neighborhood board in January about this, putting this management plan, water management plan together. So my other question is the permit request that you mentioned on it for that never has happened. So now this is a whole new thing that they're going to be putting in, which it has to be a permit request for public use. Is that correct, Doctor?
Yeah, so if the Water Commission designates everybody with a well,
yeah,
unless you're an individual, if you're like a single household and you have a single household well, you're exempt. But every other well owner, which is mostly the Board of Water Supply, the golf courses, and the military, and some farmers, you have 1 year to apply for a water use permit, and that'll be the first time.
Okay, and I think this is good because they have to have like a public hearing, correct?
So they're noticed in the paper.
Okay.
And then you have, unlike the existing system, you have 30 days to write a letter and comment. And if in that letter you say you object, then they go to a public hearing.
Okay.
And at the public hearing, if you're still objecting, you can ask for a contested case proceeding. So some years, including DHL, this in April, we finally got our water use permit for increased use on Molokai because the ranch used this tool against us. Of course, we used it against the ranch as well. But sometimes it's taken up to that long. Most permits are issued within 90 days, the vast majority.
That's pretty fast.
But it gives a tool for the community if they're concerned. And one thing that's prominent in this area is the impact of groundwater pumping on stream flow, it gives people an opportunity to comment on.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, the Waianae, we get our water from the Pearl Harbor aquifer, correct?
Some of it.
Where does the rest come from?
Some comes from Waianae, some comes from Akaha, and some comes from the Pearl Harbor aquifer sector, but mostly around Kunia.
Okay, I just want to make sure we don't get it from the Navy, you know?
Yeah, so that's been a big concern. And so, right, so the Board of Water Supply stopped pumping their wells closest to Red Hill right when they knew, because they didn't know the level of contamination. And if they kept pumping, you would actually suck the pollutants towards the well. So they've stopped. But
I don't know how I can say how water is so important to all of us, you know, not only Native Hawaiian rights, but just to everybody. Water is so important to us. With whatever going on right now, is just devastating to see this going on, you know, day and day in the news to find out what's going on. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think all my questions are answered, Doctor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Patty. Russell?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Scheuer, for the presentation. I have a follow-up question, and it might be for you and for Patty, actually. But the same way that Windward farmers and community kind of organized and pushed through Windward getting designated, what's the political kind of environment right now for, you know, Leeward and Waianae, Nanakuli, et cetera, doing that?
Do you mean the potential resistance or the community coming together?
Well, I assume that you need people placed in the different in different spots to kind of push this through. And you know, that's why I was asking Patty, because Patty kind of has her finger on a lot of that from the community side up into government. But what's your thought? Is this a good time to push on that and kind of DHHL be the catalyst or the point, the tip of the spear, so to say, and push this through?
So the Board of Water Supply is actually planning to submit its petition to ask for this. It is certainly available to the department to join in on that or support it in some way. The timing is, I would say, very good for a number of reasons. First of all, this is the reason why Iao designation took 20 years and why Keaho designation failed and Lanai designation failed was in all of those cases, the county boards of water supply opposed designation at first. Iao, they finally came around. This is the only case where a county board of water supply is saying, yeah, no, we actually need this. If we want to protect our water resources, we're asking the state to step in. In addition, Kaleo Manuel, of course, knows DHHL needs, having served here for 8 years plus, and he's the deputy director of the Water Commission now. And the water commissioners themselves have really showed a willingness to put their necks out for public trust interests in water.
So is kind of the plan would be better, instead of being the tip of the spear, just keep our mouths shut and support the efforts of the Board of Water Supply?
I think I'd actually like to defer to Chair Isla to respond on that sort of strategy level issue, since he's also chaired the Water Commission among his other duties.
But can I also say something to Russell? Russell, right now, Board of Water, working with Board of Water, they have been very open to the community about this proposed management plan. They have talked to a lot of key players in the community, and we are supporting this. We're working towards getting this moved forward with Board of Water. Politically, on that side, the initiative, they are meeting with neighborhood boards to get full support to engage the community in helping to move this forward. I know you mentioned that, so I just wanted to let you know that we have been meeting on the side with Kathleen Pahamua, who represents Board of Water. Doctor, you know her as well, and so they have been bringing that out to the open to the community a lot more, you know, and so that it's just not a Board of Water thing. It has to be a community effort. And so, like Doctor mentioned before, because nobody brought it up in Waianae for designation, this has turned around now in years to know that we have a lot of people that will be speaking on behalf of this water management plan that Board of Water is pushing forward. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Jonathan, thank you. Russell, I do think that we need to strongly support, if we're asked, if the Board of Water Supply asks DHHL for an opinion, we need to strongly support this issue going forward. It puts us in a good position in that we would be able to comment on any well permits that are requested, and it would allow us to emphasize our position of being a priority if water is limited, that they cannot ignore our priority status. So I think it's a really good thing. I would just, if commissioners are not opposed to this, and I can't ask for a motion because it's not decision making, but if there's some consensus I can see right now, then we can support it very strongly. But I'll go to Mike first.
Russell, you wanna?
No, I was just gonna comment, Chair. So, but there's no need for us to step in and be more assertive in the process. The Board of Water Supply has it full in hand, and we're just supporting.
Yeah, I think yes, I agree, Russell. And politically, I think the timing is good.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Let me just follow up. The only ones that would be concerned about this would be the Makaha West and Makaha East courses. Those are the only folks that would be concerned about it.
And possibly the US Navy, which has wells in Lualole. Of course, not a lot of fans right now in the community.
I can say that. Not a lot of fans. Poor Victor Flint.
Yeah, actually they have, there's 1 million gallons of water that they're not using right now in Lualole. It comes from the spring up in Halona. So I don't know of any wells, Jonathan, that they're pulling from. Their water is actually coming from that spring.
And Andrew made the link available to Barry Usagawa, and I actually understand that he is in the waiting room. He could also answer if there's detailed technical questions about sort of water issues, he's available and can answer those.
Yeah. Thank you. So I'll go back to Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Schur. Very informative. I just had a quick question on the designation. So this designation is a process that's initiated by Board of Water Supply, and so that's a state entity?
So the county is, Board of Water Supply is a county entity that goes to the state entity, the Commission on Water Resource Management.
The CWRM. So what's is there any similarities like from the federal level? Some years ago, there was some initiative to designate the Keauhou Aquifer.
Yes, which I was personally very involved in. And in that case, it was the National Park Service which filed a petition. The similarities, it's the same administrative process. The water code just says anybody can come if they believe the water resources in an area may be threatened with existing or proposed withdrawals. They might petition the commission to designate a water management area.
Okay, all right.
So it's the same process. This is unusual that it's a county entity doing it rather than a community entity, or in the one case, a federal entity.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Jonathan or Andrew?
No, in closing, this is for you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe we should consider DHHL to take a position, the commissioners to take a position in this designated. Right now we're talking about water that will help the community to move this initiative with the department and the community commissioners support. It just, I would like to see that, commissioners. We do have large, one of the largest Hawaiian homesteads in the Waianae-Moku and Manakuli-Moku. And so that's important that we as commissioners and the department would take a stand, especially when it comes to water management. And like you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, what the department can do and, in assisting the homesteaders. So this is just what I share on the table. I know I'm not sure it's on the agenda, but it says workshop information. I'm not sure if the position can be today on this agenda. But it is an agenda item, and you have for information only. So I'm not sure, but I really think that especially now with the water issues going on in Oahu, that it will help the initiative for us to move beneficiaries to move this forward. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we do have time, Patty, so we can put it on as a decision-making item next month.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll do so.
I
Thank
will
you.
just note that I'm giving the same presentation this evening for the Nanakuli community meeting. So
Yes. Thank you, Doctor.
mahalo nui.
Okay, there are no further questions. We have come to the end of the agenda.
Wow.
And we can recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Aloha.
Thank
Okay.
you, commissioners.
All
Thank
right,
you,
aloha.
Jonathan. Aloha.
I'm sorry, real first question. So, Mr. Vice Chair, we have contested case hearing tomorrow.
Yes, but I think some of them, chair is running. I think I'm only running one.
There is only one, just
Oh.
the Annie I one. The rest are dismissals. But I
Okay.
do note that I think Russell is conflicted. Russell?
Correct, yeah.
Correct. Okay, so we don't have Chair, we don't have Russell, we don't have Randy. That leaves us with 6, but I think Commissioner Teruya is leaving at 3.
No, I'll be here to help make quorum and go through the contested case.
Okay.
I moved my schedule. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Patty.
Right,
With that, we stand in recess till tomorrow.